Okay. Starting up. Doing the thing. Hoping for the Destiny mark. That's a specific thing I wanted, and you can only get that on your birthday. And male white stripe is a very stupidly specific hunt, so I am adding... I have 402 cucumbers, sweet mother trees. I guess I got enough of these things. As I fell, I'm just resetting the game anyway, so we're good enough. Like, this is a combination of nonsense because I need a male white stripe, and on top of needing a male, if I get any other mark, that would be cool in its own right, and I wouldn't be against that nonsense, but I was kind of hoping for the Destiny mark. Wrong button every time. Alright. Because the annoying nonsense is you basically, because it's really hard to tell, have to basically loop around like an idiot, jump out of the water, just kind of run off, loop your ass back around, because it's unfortunate because you can't get a lot of spawns because the fish are only in, you know, the one spot, basically. So you have to kind of do convoluted nonsense. And it's unfortunate because it's hard to tell what's shiny and what's not shiny until your Pokemon refuses to engage. Like, they actively refuse to target. And you have to basically do the little loop around like this. Where you basically run down, come back, and it resets everything. The annoying thing about this as well, regardless, that irks me with Basculin is I wanted a male Basculin because the male is the physical while the female is special. So that's a whole stupid thing. I wish... I really do wish that wasn't a thing. Because for that reason, getting a shiny and a mark for the specific gender is a massive, massive pain in the ass. Or if I just wanted a shiny, I could catch like one Basculin. I could catch one Basculin and just Masuda method. Because there is a lot of RNG in this nonsense. Making this one of the more convoluted hunts if you want a mark. I wish on your birthday, because that mark is quite common, like relatively speaking, but if it was your birthday, the game would heavily prioritize the Destiny mark. Because this, as a shiny, also I don't want you leveling up too much. It's not the hardest thing, it's just there's RNG on top of RNG on top of RNG, because it's like you're doing a hunt and you get the fish, and because you're doing a hunt you get the fish. If it's shiny, it could be male or female if you're looking for a male or female. Could be either or. Oh, actually, hanging out in here, KO and stuff, I'm starting to actually get just kind of circling around in here some decent respawns, because as you KO stuff, new stuff does technically appear, so I don't have to always do the full circles. I can just kind of send my dude on a tear. Let's see what we get. KO. Whatever loads in here. I don't have to leave and I can kind of min-max that way, which is something in these hunts I need to do more of a lot of the time. Because you do KO and new things do appear. So you can go on kind of a fun little mini tear of just having a spawn area and just KOing a bunch of stuff, because there's another white strut. As you KO stuff will appear, so you just get in a good spot and just go on a massive little mini rampage. I don't have to leave the pool, but that is a good way to reset if you do the curve around. Stuff getting deleted causes more things to spawn, so this just becomes... let's murder everything until a shiny shows up. The alternative, instead of doing the loop around, mass freaking murder, because that is working. So when I go back to my other shiny hunt, I might try the mass murder as well, because I do forget, oh wait, things do despawn if you do it. Yeah, because there's another Basculin. That works. Of course, I'm trying to do this, I'm getting connection errors. It's holding because of my settings, but it's, yeah, reconnecting, back up, it's fine. It really is good. If I go back to my other hunt, I should probably do the murder method. Get in a small spot and just mass KO what I'm looking for, because that does cause things to spawn in instead of resetting by leaving the zone and getting new rolls. Just force new rolls into existence. So this is working, but Bitcoin do the work here. My other hunt will probably be something I could speed up if I did similar nonsense. It does work, to be fair, and with how sort of kooky this hunt is as it is, I might as well just turn this into a murder party. Just knock out whatever shows up. Look for a new fish. If I applied this logic to my other hunt, I might have finished that the other day. Because the Switch 2 has a really good spawn radius, it's hard to leave the spawn radius for faster resets. And I never think about, oh wait, this actually causes things to reset. Because as stuff gets KO'd, new stuff loads in. So if I just find a spot, when I get back to my other hunt, I'll probably apply this logic as well, honestly. Getting a good spot, and we'll just mass KO in my other hunt. I probably could have got that if I was doing this kind of hunting because it does reset everything. Just send out Bitcoin, just go around in a circle. Yeah, this would probably make my other hunt go by a little bit quicker. The way I was doing most of my hunts was despawning groups because if you despawn groups, you get a lot of RNG, like by just doing big circles in an area, but I'm starting to realize I could probably massively speed up hunts if I just found a small group of what I was looking for, hyper-focused on that group, and just murdered a bunch of stuff. Because that other hunt I was doing, there's a good location where stuff gets summoned, and the whole point, as you knock out things, new things spawn in. So if I hyper-focus on what I'm looking for... Hi! Doing this nonsense. Can't do some trades at the mall, man. The sandwich still has some time on it, and given the special odds here, I wanted to spend a chunk of time focused on this because I want to see if I can get a Destiny mark. Because it actually is legitimately my birthday. I'm not messing with the clock. So, rolled over. Okay. This is far more consistent than I thought it was, because I am getting a lot of spawns super quickly, just knocking stuff out without leaving the water, because as you knock stuff out, new stuff appears. That is actually working far better. Doing the loop around is a good way to reset stuff if you need it, but I am realizing, oh wait, no, I can just knock stuff out super quickly. I'll try to apply that to the other shiny hunt I was doing. Just go around, just knock out whatever, and we are getting a decent little tear here. Yeah, I get 2 or 3 Basculin. Per rotation here. So, that's honestly pretty good. Like, it could be better, it could be worse. If you can't abuse faster resets, just mass KO. I want to apply that to my other shiny hunt now. Hell yeah, buddy. Woohoo. Like, I mean, ideally, this will go pretty well. This hunt, realistically, could be worse, but I do wish that this hunt was a little bit simple, but like realistically, not the worst thing. It's just the other water types cause the spawns to be consumed. But if you are just doing this, things reset at a decent rate. Then it's just RNG needs to be nice. You know? Knock him out. Quick! I also feel like I'm gonna be doing this and I'm gonna be looking at a purple Quagsire which is gonna roll up. By logistical law of averages and the law of shiny hunts like this, it always feels like you find anything but what you're looking for. Oh wow. Not the worst hunt. With that said though, like, the only thing that makes this kind of annoying is the stat differences, because the physical attackers are the males, which annoys me a little bit. Gender differences like that are cool, but then that means if I get a shiny and I get a female, that's not what I'm looking for. Which would be a minor problem. Same issue if you're doing this kind of hunt for Indeedee, because it's like, Oh, male and female and deity have different stats? So, that's annoying. First sandwich is almost up. It's fine. I'm gonna have to take this. Wait. This is one of those I wish they were easier to notice without me needing to do the mass KO nonsense. The evolution hasn't easy to notice. Shiny, but this ain't the evolution. At least the white stripes exist, which is cool. I do kind of wish you could find the evolution. That would be kind of neat, honestly. But you can't. You can only find the base. Fish. Oh, I wish I hadn't killed that. Okay. Fish. Is it a shiny or is the game being done? Oh, game being done. I know they have the custom animations if it's the shinies because they refuse to KO shinies, which is good programming. That's why you can do that. But sometimes with the loop around, it's like, wait, are you shiny? Oh, no, the game just refused to acknowledge your existence. Yeah, thanks, game. Got like a minute left. Go ahead and reset. It's fine. This is what we do. Sit here. Oh. Maybe I'll get lucky, and then I could also continue my other shiny hunt. Bum. Bum. He says bum. 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 Okay. Stupid fish. Stupid useful fish. That's like the rain Pokemon. Adaptability is fun in its own right because that doubles your stab. And if you double your stab, Wave Crash is absurd, and if you lose some guys, Last Respects is absurd. Fish! All the fish. Okay. All the fish. Because I always just ramble about similar things. With the sandwiches, the odds are not that bad since it's per spine. So everything that spawns in under the sandwich can be shiny, so any of the stuff in the water or around the water could be shiny. Since it's per spine, trying to find a decent balance for that essentially becomes you're trying to get stuff to spawn quick enough so that you're getting constant rolls. So what I've started doing for this, and I'm going to try to apply this to other shiny hunts because I didn't really think about this. This does delete stuff from the current spawns because when you knock something out, it goes away. So you are getting new spawns if you do that. And that other shiny hunt I was doing, if I did a little bit more of something like this, I would have probably seen my shiny with a mark a little bit faster, and if I apply that to hunts in the future, if I get a good spot for it, because that offsets, especially in a cluster of only singular Pokemon, everything that gets KO'd goes away. So if you're doing a hunt and you get a better cluster where your odds are favored to like one spawn type, who's screaming? Probably Harmony.
The only one that does that.
To be fair, I guess you're not wrong. And since I was rambling about it, because I had nothing better to talk about, every spine could be shiny. So, the odds, essentially, with the sandwiches, because I talked about this in a few streams, because even if I don't post failed hunts to YouTube, I talk about mechanics and stuff. It's per spine, so you basically have one in, like, I think it's like 1 in 600 something, but that's per spine. Meaning if you get 10 things to spawn, the game will check and roll and reroll. So everything that exists that spawns in can be what you need. So the odds are actually, in a game like this, really good. Because in the older games, or games with traditional grass encounters, you get one encounter. And that's, like, all you get. So, you get an encounter. If it's not what you're looking for, you have to re-roll, and that's hundreds of encounters of just single enter the grass, look for what you want, find it or don't. Whereas this, everything that loads in is an encounter. So all of these guys are affected. And when you think about that, it really does make the odds technically the best odds in any Pokemon game with just the sandwiches, even without like a shiny charm or anything. Because one sandwich means if you're getting 10 or 15 spawns, like all those Lombre up there could also be shiny. Everything that spawns in can be shiny. And I do like this type of shiny hunt. Going for a mark and stuff just adds some extra work if you just want the shinies without a mark because you don't care. On average, especially if you get in a good position where you're able to quickly load and unload what you're trying to spot. It doesn't take that long to get a shiny in an average sense. Usually. With some luck, because I will be the kind of person that has basically been screwed over by probability and law of averages. And I've talked about probability and law of averages a lot. Because that kind of stuff does bother me. Because probability and law of averages is just a rough sort of expected outcome. And you have to account for that outcome being unexpected. Because I have basically had crazy bad luck and crazy good luck. The numbers technically mean nothing. It's just a explanation of a rough concept of what technically is the theoretical value here, but that's my problem with probability and law of averages. Over or under different percentages is all because it is just the game generating stuff. And the game could give you what you're looking for. Or, despite all logic, you could basically never get what you need. And I'll just use this to kind of, complain a minute. That's a topic I haven't went down in a little bit. Because I've always hated people talking about probability and law of averages. I do it too. But I can at least admit, within that, unlike a lot of people, I will acknowledge. All I'm saying is this is sort of expected, but you should always account for things going completely wrong, because on average, I have had all kinds of nonsense, and the probability and law of averages for stuff, I've said this before, unless it's 100% or 0, anything in between, no matter how likely or unlikely, does not mean those events are something that can't exist, or what have you. And it's always kind of irked me when I get people acting like I'm stupid, because I always go back to this story, because it's related to why I get pissy about this nonsense, and it is basically because this is a Animal Crossing story, but it's a good example of probability and law of averages. And someone being a condescending ass, which is basically in this is specifically related to New Horizons. And is a good tip anyway. In New Horizons, those glowing spots, if you bury money in those, they become a money tree where they grow money one time. If you bury 10,000 or less, the money tree will yield 3 bags of that value. The cap for the 100% is 10,000. So if you bury 10,000 in the glowing spot, the money tree will be a one-time payout of 30,000. So the 10 you put into that, you get your 10,000 back and you profit 20,000 for free. So you turn 10,000 into 30,000, but if you put money over 10,000 in the hole, 70% of the time, any amount over 10,000 will effectively be lost, and you'll only get bags worth 10,000. 30% of the time, if you put money over 10,000, you do get the yield of the value. So you could put the 99,000 in the hole, and 30% of the time, you will get 3 bags of the 99,000. 70% of the time, if you did that, you would get bags that are only 10,000, so 70% of the time it would revert to 30. So it's a risk, but the 10,000 as your maximum amount will always guarantee that you get 30,000, and that becomes a safe strategy. And I had left a tip on a video, and this was one of the popular comments on the dude's video, and I got a lot of traction on the comment when the game was new, where my tip was basically, bury 10,000, since 10,000 has a 100% chance of giving you 3 10,000 bags. Anything over 10,000 has a 30% chance of working and effectively failing. So, if you want a safe bit of money, 10,000 is safe because that is profit that basically has no risk because you get your 10,000 back and you profit 20,000. That's pretty good. But stupid, pretentious, like angry math nerds all had their dumb, like, actual, like, crazy mathematical bullshit of, oh no, 10,000 is not good. And there were a few different numbers that would get thrown around. Because you could hit minimum thresholds of, like, going... If you did just a little bit over 10,000 and stayed in some small minimum thresholds, all of these different math nerds had a few different numbers that they threw around, but to kind of get back to why this ties the probability and law of averages and why I hate that kind of talk is because I got multiple people saying that I was, like, obviously some dumbass child or someone who, like, flunked school, and I was someone who didn't understand probability and law of averages, and that my tip is bad because I am basically telling people to not basically maximize value, because if you use a little bit extra money across like a year of the game, you would have logistically this much, like, you'd have like, oh, logistically, if you use this value across a year of the game, adding a little bit of extra money is actually good, because the law of averages and probability states that your return across a year would probably look something like this, and people would break down these elaborate fucking flowcharts and act like I'm some fucking stupid person, when no, the math I offered is safe because it's a guarantee. You're not risking a gamble, because the gamble only works if it works. If the gamble doesn't work, you are, you know, wasting a bunch of nonsense and you're gaining nothing. Because most people would essentially use lower values to create, like, breaking even. Like, going just a little bit past the 10k, doing, like, instead of 10k, you do, like, 15k. Because if you did 15, you would spend 15, and if you spent 15, because I can talk about why 15 came up a lot, since anything over 10,000 automatically becomes that 70-30 split, where 30% of the time you get the full yield, but 70% of the time it reverts to a 10k bag. So if you spent 15k, 15 and 15 is 30, and that's 2 bags. So you would get 45 if you put, like, 15 in the hole, if it succeeded. But if you put 15 in the hole and it succeeded, you would get 45, but because you put 15 in the hole, if it failed, the 15 would revert to 10. So you're only losing 5,000, but you would get 3 bags of 10. So you put 15, but your 3 bags are 30. So that was a common number thrown around, because you're essentially, if it fails, you're getting, like, your 15 is going to double if it fails, because the 15, if it failed, becomes 10, but you get 3 bags of 10. So 15 on a failure becomes 30, so you get your 15 back, and you still technically gain 15 extra. So you're at least 15,000 bells richer, but if it succeeds, you get your, 45 basically. Meaning you get your Meaning you get your 15 back, and you get a good profit margin, so 15 was thrown around a lot. And that was a common, like, some people would do less than that. I just remember 15. I've given other examples as well, but 15 was a common safe number because the argument was, if it reverts to 10 and you only put 15 in the hole, if it succeeds, you get 45. If it fails, you get 30 because you're only adding 5 extra. So this essentially means you're at least gaining something, and if you get lucky, you gain more, but if you don't, you would basically at least get your money back and still technically profit what you put in the hole, because you put 15, it fails and becomes 10,000, but it's 3 bags of 10, so 30, you at least get your 15 back and still profit 15. But if you're doing it that way, I still think the reason, like, I've been talking about this, and the whole point I'm building to, is probability law of averages, even with that say 15, still bothers me, because if you did my method, you put 10 in the hole, and then you will always guarantee that the 10 becomes 30, so you get your 10 back and you profit 20. And that is guaranteed. If you were trying what was recommended with like 15, yeah, sure, you're technically not losing money, because if 15 succeeds, you get a lot of money. If it fails, you're still doubling, so you're at least getting your 15 back and making 15 extra, so you can profit 15. But it's a 30, like, 70 split, with 70% of the time being your logistic odds of the failure. So if you did that for, like, let's even say you're just doing that for a week, you gotta hope for a good bit of RNG, because here's the thing, the money trees, like, and this is a good example, the probability law of average nonsense, the money trees take 3 days to grow, so you don't even get to see the money until 3 days later. So a single money tree, so let's say you started the game, you start planting money trees. If you plant a money tree every day the tree you plant becomes a money tree 3 days later. So, on, like, the first day, so you're essentially, as you plant money trees, you are sacrificing large amounts of money in a relative sense if you did that for like a week straight. But with the safe method, you know every one of those money trees that you planted with 10,000 will give you 20,000 profit. 5 money trees, that's 100,000 profit. And that is all profit, since you're getting your money back and you're getting double what you put in there. Or even with the 15 as the example I was using, and I've told variants of this before because I've gone around a few numbers. Some people even did a higher amount where 15 was to have a small profit margin, because I can go on the mini side rant, because the other number that got thrown around was, oh, put 30,000 in the hole, and the reason you put 30,000, if it succeeds, that's 90,000. If it fails, you get 3 bags of 10, so you get your 30,000 back. And people would also throw that around. 15 was just thrown around, so you could at least make 15 on the side if the RNG failed. But remember, this is a 70-30 split, with 70 being the odds that the RNG does not favor the large amount. So, it just bothers me when people talk about probability and law of averages, and the long-winded Animal Crossing rant I just went on, in a lot of ways, was a catalyst for that. Mostly because people acted like my tip was bad, and that I must be, like, someone in, like, grade school, or someone that flunked, like, college, and I don't understand probability and law of averages. And then they would just go on these tirades because, oh, this much math means if you do this much money, and you do that consistently across a year, you are likely to get this much money. Like, no, because you're not accounting for the game not rolling what you're saying it will roll. Versus just being safe, because safe is consistent. Because that's the reason I recommend the safe method. Oh, yeah. Thing's over. Okay. Just ended. That's the reason I recommend the safe method. For the Animal Crossing specifically, because safe is consistent, probability and law of averages doesn't mean anything unless it's 100% or 0. And Pokemon is much the same way, where you'll see people talking about... I need to pee. Continue my nonsense. Pee. Pee, 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 pee. going, instead of completely rambling with the Animal Crossing point, looping it back to Pokemon. Probability and law of averages. Basically, they technically mean nothing because you could be over or under odds unless something is guaranteed or has a 0% chance of occurring. And I just hate when people come at me because they have some like math degree and act like I'm somehow a child or someone who obviously flunked school or didn't go to college because I'm not going with weird statistical nonsense, which can always go wrong. So there was a video about Pokemon. They were talking about shiny hunting and stuff, and talking about what are shiny odds, like what does it really mean to be under odds or over odds. And what they said is such a interesting, thought experiment. And it basically amounts to the game, unless it's a very specific, like, method of some type of combo system or something, the game is not tracking your encounters. It is not tracking anything. The odds are just a rough technical estimate of how the game generates stuff. But being over or under odds technically is a weird, dubious point. Because, as the person said, it's not like if you were doing a shiny hunt and you have entered the grass. Like, in the modern games, shiny odds were increased by doubling the odds to... I never remember the number. It's slightly over 4,000. I just never remember the new odds off the top of my head. Because it was like 4,100 something. I always have to double check. So, it's just a little past 4,000 because the old odds were a little past 8,000 basically. So in like the new games, it's not like if you were counting all your encounters, it's not like if you are right at the threshold and you've been counting, when you get in the grass, the like 4,100 and whatever time, it's not like the game will magically go, oh, you have entered this grass patch, like, around 4,000 times. That means it is time for you to get the shiny. No, it is just how the game generates stuff, which is why people, when they say that they're under odds, will get like, oh, this is a full odds shiny hunt. Dude enters the grass, does like 10 rolls, gets the shiny. Over or under odds is technically meaningless because it is just the game's RNG. And focusing on odds so much can kind of make you more tilted. Because if you focus on odds, when you feel you're over odds in a hunt, or
Also, no one costs
it's a good Pokemon. I'm just tired of the.
I know what you're saying, guys. Had to fix the joke because I like what we call all.
I'm in the infinite encounter loop because they're large. I hate the Lombre that roll up in here because they get in my way. Ludicolo is a perfectly fine Pokemon. I have a few like shiny Ludicolo. I have that slightly bulky sweeper set that's designed to be a rain sweeper and take some hits. And I never got much use out of that thing in the sense of I've wanted to mess with that Pokemon more. Ludicolo is fine, and I do enjoy some Ludicolo. I'm just tired of these giant Lombre. I want fish. Not an infinite loop, but back to the quick shiny point. No, I tend to ramble, but like just how my mind works when no one's talking. I'm just saying stuff on my mind, but the one person is essentially right. Probability and law of averages is technically just a technical, theoretical baseline of how the game generates stuff, but human nature tends to like things in a logic that we understand, and human like brains are very bad with generally truly understanding number metrics. So when you tell someone a shiny is 1 in like 4,000 whatever, they will think logically that means if they really stick to it, that all they would have to do in an extreme case is just sit there 4,000 times, and when they get in that 4,000 range, their due diligence will be rewarded with the shiny. Except that's not how that works at all. Unless, like, that only kind of works when you're doing specific chaining methods that are programmed to give you better odds. So, we're not talking about those. We're talking about just, like, full odds in the games with the increased odds. It is you running into the grass, and you are basically not using any modifiers. It is just you in a grass patch looking for a Pokemon, and you are counting the number of encounters, and you're willing to sit there because you think your due diligence will be rewarded, and you're sitting there and you actually do run through over 4,000, and then when you go well past that 4,000 threshold, you get really tilted. But that's the thing. It is just the game's numbers as a baseline. The number generator can just always roll negative, and you will never get your shiny. And that's the whole thing about being over odds, is a term being thrown around that essentially means your hunt has gone past the average number, but under odds is the opposite, where you get the shiny in a low amount of encounters, but it's all just RNG in a video game, but we tend to get really annoyed if averages don't meet our expectations, because that's my whole stink here, and that was my whole stink with the Animal Crossing, is law of averages does mean you're, you know, in a range. Because the other thing I need to get back to, because I put a bunch of time into it, and it's more just to see how long it takes, and I will probably do some shiny hunts and get back to this. I was resetting Blood Moon Ursaluna, trying to get a 0 attack and a 0 speed. And I've put a lot of time into that, and I do want to get that done. Mostly to see how long that takes. Because I can tell you, and that's a good tilting example of what I was talking about, where I am well past the average, because 2 or 3 big streamers did similar shiny like hunts for that. The Ursaluna can't be shiny. I'm trying to say shiny like. People compare it to a shiny because rolling both zeros is not super easy. And this is a static encounter, so rolls take a while. And unlike this type of thing, you only get the 1 encounter per reset, making that Ursaluna like an old school shiny. And all of these big Pokemon streamers that sat there to get their 0 attack, 0 speed Blood Moon, all basically said, like, oh, realistically, if you stick with it, the average time to do this is 30 hours, and that's not actually that bad for, like, resetting for something, and everyone, oh, you'll get it in, like, 30 hours, 30 hours, 30 hours. I'm almost at fucking 60 hours. My time has almost doubled, and I don't have the stupid fucking Blood Moon. Because law of averages means fucking nothing. And I hate that the big YouTube channel, because they got it in around 30 hours, and some other people have, that's become the average, because when you look up anything about that, you essentially get the other reason I don't like law of averages and probability and stuff, where you look up something like that, complain about that kind of hunt, because the Blood Moon is stupid and no one generally contests that, but people, instead of, like, trying to seriously help you, everyone effectively does the obnoxious, like, oh, insert YouTuber here said it's like 30 hours. So, it's like, stop complaining. It's like, they said it was 30 hours. Why are you complaining? Because I've been sitting here for 50 plus hours. So I'm well past that 30 range. Because that can happen. And I know I am well over 30 on the stupid Blood Moon resets. And the Blood Moon resets are really obnoxious because you can't skip the damn cutscene. This is why I'm happy Champions doesn't have IVs, because I can do shiny hunts like this, and I can get things with kind of crap IVs, and I can put them in Champions, and if they're intended for Champions, I don't have to optimize oddly specific IVs, and that's so beautiful. Because shit like Blood Moon is the reason people continued to hack. Because on a good, you know, like, RNG scenario. Oh, yeah, it's just 30 hours, but I'm well past the 30. And it's like super fucking tilting because when big YouTube man says it's 30, people just kind of assume it's 30. And everyone will just kind of say, oh, it's 30. And then other people that did this bullshit also got in the 30, like 40 range. So 30 is the average, but no one ever really accounts for my scenario of I'm getting the worst luck imaginable on the stupid Blood Moon. Because law of averages means nothing. Probability means nothing unless it's guaranteed or impossible. And that shiny hunting discussion is basically right. Probability and law of averages in Pokemon is just kind of funny. They didn't say probability and law of averages, but they just talked about these are numbers. Human brain hears a number. Human brain equates that number to a logical amount of something. But if you're far past that amount, it gets really tilting. But that's the nature of RNG. An average number could be solved super quickly, and you could be so far below it that it's insane, or you could be so far above it it's laughable. I was having that with a Blood Moon. The other reason I stopped the Blood Moon hunts for a while. And it's why Champions is really cool, because I can do shiny hunts in this game. I don't have to worry about stupidly specific IVs. Letting me actually do some shiny hunts and use some Pokemon that I had thought about using, and I could use marked ones. Because if I were going to use a lot of these Pokemon, and Champions accounted for IVs, I wouldn't be doing shiny hunts like this. I would have been doing the Suda method hunts to try to get specific IVs. Like, having a special attack user have a 0 attack. My hunts would all be Masuda method. Which really is not that hard, per se, but there's still kind of some slight luck to that. And before anyone says it, yes, I know how the Destiny Knot works. I'm not stupid. I've done breeding. I've done multiple, like, Pokemon things. I've made competitive sets via breeding. I've used plenty via breeding just to use some stuff when I didn't want to, like, shiny hunt via breeding. But now that champions exist, it seemed fun to do some shiny hunts and Masuda method if needed. Yes, I'm aware of the Destiny Knot. I don't want people. And I know, like, I've offered tips to people. And I know some people are not trying to be rude. They hear you talking about breeding, and they hear you say getting some IVs and stuff and breeding is kind of luck-based. And then they'll try to tell you that breeding is actually fine and that you can use the Destiny Knot to have better IV control. I'm aware of this. I'm aware of the common breeding rules. Out of the pair, if something is holding an Everstone, the nature is guaranteed to pass. The mother passes her species. The father can be any species in the same egg group. Ditto can be used in, like, place of a parent. If a Ditto is used, the offspring will be whatever species the other Pokemon is. Ditto is the way a male Pokemon can produce eggs. Male-only Pokemon must be created with a Ditto. Genderless Pokemon must be created with a Ditto. The Pokeball of the mother is usually passed on in breeding. If something is in a Master Ball, you cannot actually pass the Master Ball in breeding, which is kind of funny to me. It will not pass. If the mother and father are the same Pokemon, the mother and the father both have a chance to control the Pokeball. The mother's ability is usually prioritized with a 80% chance her ability will pass to her offspring. 20% chance of a different ability. However, if it's a hidden ability, it is a 60-40, but we have ability capsules and ability patches, so that's not as needed anymore. When using a Ditto, male rules apply to the female generally. Female-only species can have a male in the egg group act as a father. As long as the father is a compatible egg group, it does not need to be the same species. Certain moves can be passed in breeding, but this game, you can get those moves passed in a picnic. Bypassing the need to get breeding as a core function. When one of the parents is holding a Destiny Knot, the IVs that are chosen for the offspring are 5 IVs from the 2 parents, picked at random. But it's picked between the 2, but it can be any 5. So, the better the parents are, the more likely you are to get an okay child. Meaning if you wanted a 0 attack, both parents have a 0. You have a now, since it picks 5, but it picks 5 at random, if both parents had a 0, that is a 2 in 12 chance that a baby will have that 0 attack. Since there are 6 stats and only picks 5 IVs. But I'm aware of all of this. I've done breeding. And retroactively with the egg move, stuff with the picnic, it doesn't even have to be a compatible species. You just need to have a blank slot. Go into a picnic. Give the mirror herb to the Pokemon that you're trying to get a move onto, when you enter the picnic, use the Pokemon that basically exists with the move you want to pass. I'm aware of breeding rules, and I do understand if people show up and offer some breeding tips. A lot of people, if they hear confusion, might be trying to help. I've done this a lot. I've made competitive, random nonsense. I've done breeding. I've done it. I get the logistics. I know I can Masuda method and get a 0 on a special attack Pokemon. And even if I was Masuda method and trying to get a 0, I know there's still some randomness there, but I can make my odds pretty good. Like, I know how that works. There's a very specific logic there. I get what I'm doing. But, because champions removed IVs, I can do marked hunts and get unoptimized garbage and use it in champions and not care. And that is the best thing in the world. Because while I do not completely hate IVs, the few scattershot stupid nonsense things that require specific IVs really do irk me. And that's mostly down to things that can't breed. Because that's annoying, and mid-maxing around that nonsense is especially egregious with legendary Pokemon, because what most people end up realizing, and it is so deflating. You're trying to get into competitive Pokemon, and you want to play, and you want to take competitive Pokemon seriously. So, you start learning about competitive, and then, when you're learning about competitive, you start learning about EV training and what the natures do and IVs. And you generally learn if a Pokemon uses special attack. You don't want a high attack IV. You generally want attack to be a 0. And then you're hit with the crushing reality. Because, oh, you want to use a Pokemon like Kyogre? Except, you then check your Kyogre that you have, and the Kyogre you caught casually. Oh no! The Kyogre you caught casually doesn't have a 0 attack IV. And you could use it, but people will tell you if you're using that Kyogre, it's unoptimized garbage. Throw that Kyogre in the trash. It's unoptimized garbage, my dude. And then you realize to get another Kyogre... Fucking damn it. Alright. Go away, random Google pop-up. That is purely my end. It's not gonna interrupt the stream. Oh, hi. Hello. Funny timing with the pop-up thing. Computer notification popped up. It's fine. Didn't affect the stream, but I had to stop for a second. So, we're good. Check my sandwich. Okay, that one's almost out. See the chat. While I'm open to that kind of stuff right now, I'm hyper focused on the shiny hunt, but I welcome that kind of stuff if I get better openings. At the end of the sandwich, which just ended, I'm probably gonna reset, start a new sandwich. Do that to not lose my stuff. I'm not against doing some multiplayer with some people, but right now I'm super focused on getting as many resets and stuff as possible. But I tell people I have a link to my Discord, not on a bot command, but if you hit me up on Discord or any social media and talk, I'm open to multiplayer, and if I'm doing other stuff, I'm not against some multiplayer on other days when I'm finishing up some stuff, but all I ask is that if I'm in the middle of big hunts and resetting, to respect my hyper focus on that. But if you want to follow, find me on Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky or wherever, I would happily do some multiplayer on a day when I'm not hyper fixated during my hunts. Because I'm here to get what I want. That's why I'm doing this. This is not a day to, like, split up my focus, but I'm not saying no overall, and I don't want to give that impression. So, I would love to talk. And seriously, hitting me up on a different day is always welcome. Even if I'm not streaming, if people hit me up when I have some free time, I've done some multiplayer with people outside of like streams and stuff. I've done that because people wanted to do some stuff and I had some time. I'm just kind of in the zone right now. Hyper-focused. That's why I'm doing this. But you are welcome to chat. You're welcome to ask for the Discord or use the... On Twitch, there's, like, it's not a bot, but I made sure of something. The widget for Discord should work. That invite goes to my current server. I use the same username on Discord. You can friend me. Twitter and Blue Sky, I check on and off if people want to talk and ask about multiplayer and stuff. I'm open to that kind of thing. I just need to not be hyper-focused on a shiny hunt. Because when I get hyper-focused on a shiny hunt, I will basically sit here. And if I'm sitting here with nothing better to do, I will, realistically, because I've done this, reset sandwiches for 6 hours straight or more. So, when I'm in the zone, people can hang out, but I do welcome multiplayer when I'm not in the zone. Try not to be rude, but if I was doing random other stuff, trying to get some people to join, and trying some online and stuff. Also, like, our internet can be kind of spotty, as it is. So, streaming and setting up some online multiplayer stuff sometimes causes some issues with the stream. I did some stream testing one day where I went online with random people, and I had some errors, and I did get a dropout, and I think going online caused a spike and it dropped off. The fact that I can sit here and stream at all is pretty crazy. So, that's more of a note on our internet being wacky at points, which annoys me because I would love to talk and do a lot more multiplayer stuff, but sometimes our internet just gives up, honestly. So, that's annoying. For anyone listening, though, just to repeat that, like, I'm not against helping people, I'm not against trades, and I'm not against multiplayer. But all I ask is people slow down and sort of respect when I'm in the zone. But people can hit me up when I'm not streaming, because if I have some free time, I'm open to doing stuff, because I've done a lot of stuff outside of streaming and stuff over the years for people. Because we also do YouTube stuff, and for YouTube, I've had some people over the years, before messing with Twitch, some people I talked to. I did some Pokemon stuff with them outside of YouTube recordings. And in this case, outside of streams now. Because I have a lot of free time at random points. And when I'm doing editing, if I'm just sitting there and letting a video render, I don't mind. Oh, you catch me in the middle of the night, and I'm rendering with nothing better to do, I will fire up Pokemon for people. I've done it. I'm just in the zone right now. when I am doing shiny hunts, I generally, until I get what I need, don't technically stop. Or if I go a while and I haven't got lucky, I stop because I'm kind of tired. So, those are my rules there. Because I'm trying to be accommodating, but right now I am here for this fish, and that is all I am focusing on. Fish. This is not a, let's see if we get a fish, I'm doing other stuff if I fell stream. This is a, I am sitting here looking for this fish, and I will reset my game, because that's the other reason in the middle of this I don't do multiplayer, because to get my resources back, I reset my game when I do shiny hunts. Sandwich ends, I close out of my game. You know, those are my rules. So I'm not doing multiplayer with people during hunts, more because I would be closing my game, and that would end multiplayer. That is not, like, something I want to do to people. Invite them into a game, run out a sandwich, and immediately close my game. That is not a good idea. On and off, seeing if people pop in, talk to people. Because I'm not going to, like, completely say no, but I'm not saying yes when I'm doing this stuff. That's why I try to tell people, just talk to me on, like, Discord or Twitter or something. Hit me up at a different time. I will accommodate you. This was just not a stream where I was going to do something like that unless someone needed something very quickly and I could help them super quickly. I'll establish that as a bonus rule. If I'm doing shiny hunts and a sandwich is about to end or something, or it does end, even if I'm gonna reset first to get my resources back. If I can very quickly help a person, I would be more open to that. I'm trying to not be unreasonable, because I know a bunch of people often show up and ask about trading or doing some multiplayer or whatever. You are legitimately free to hit me up outside of streaming and stuff. That's easier to get crap done. Please, legitimately, talk to me. I tell people that, and no one generally does it. Just, if you find me when I'm available, I will do stuff. And a good random tip to help with that, if I'm streaming at a time I'm obviously awake, and whenever I'm streaming, if a stream's been going a while, that means I've been up a while, but generally, I stream when I'm awake, which is a no shit, but I'm saying, like, look at streams. You'll notice a pattern. I stream at late hours in my time zone. And those are the hours I am usually up. And if me and Carson are not doing a YouTube recording, if I'm up, I am probably editing. If I'm editing, and I'm in the middle of that, when I finish up editing, or if I feel I can stop editing for one quick thing, I will trade or do a little bit of multiplayer. And if I'm rendering a video with nothing better to do, I would happily sit there. If I'm gonna be awake anyway, you might as well just give me something to do when I'm rendering and waiting for my video to finish so I can post it to YouTube. You catch the render time, find me, and I will sit there, because normally if I'm rendering, I don't have much going on. So that's my little thing. That's why I try to tell people. I mean, even if no one's around, I repeat stuff. So if people watch a VOD or something and they listen to me ramble, I just ramble when no one's around. Because I can't talk about the game if I'm just shiny hunting or whatever. Find me outside of streams and stuff. I will do things. Damn it, this applies to anyone that hears this. I can do stuff with people. We could trade. we could do some multiplayer. You just need to find me when I'm available. My time is a mess, but I often end up with some decent free time. So, if me and Curzon are not doing YouTube stuff or a live stream, if you find me, I will do random things. I've done it before. It's just easier outside of YouTube recordings and streaming to get some stuff done privately. You know? Because then I can focus on actually helping people, because I'm not sitting here streaming or sitting here doing the YouTube recording of a game or something. You would have my full attention if I was available. I tell people all the time, reach out. Understand my time is chaotic, but you can reach out. And if you catch me at the right time, I will do stuff. That's kind of my final point with that. Because I know a bunch of people. Because this is a thing with Pokémon. People roll in, ask about trading and stream, like trading or joining multiplayer or something. And a lot of people mean well, but when I'm hyper-focused, I'm not generally breaking my focus. That is basically my only rule, and I'm not even gonna get mad at people unless someone gets kind of pushy. But I get it. While I'm lax and super open, the one thing that gets me, if I'm doing a thing in a game, I'm hyper-focused on a specific thing, especially if that game has multiplayer or something, and it is me or Curzon, if he was playing, but this isn't Curzon playing, it's me. This is my game. My file, not Curzon's. Same deal though, of we both get hyper-focused. And if we're hyper-focused on a game, and a game has multiplayer and stuff, and we're doing something in a game like Pokemon, and we're hyper-focused on finding something, or if we were playing a Pokemon game, like, as an alternate thing, like streaming an extra playthrough of a game, if we're hyper-focused on what we're currently doing, we're probably not going to stop and do trades and stuff or anything. We're both open to it, but I'm easier to get a hold of than he is. Just like, the one rule I have with this is be courteous, but unlike a bunch of people, I'm not gonna get crazy unless someone gets really pushy. Because while I'm open to things, and I get how people feel, because with some multiplayer, I've wanted to join people before. I get it. And if someone is busy or is just not doing stuff with random chat people, sometimes you get like upset, or you think someone is being rude, and I'm trying to be as accommodating as possible here, which is why I tell people just hit me up off stream and stuff. It's so simple. I've been doing that for a bit. Find me. I will respond when I get around to, like, my messages and stuff. The issue with everything, while I'm trying to be accommodating, if someone gets pushy, I will have to drop the, like, you know, lax side and actually give people a warning, and then if someone continues to be kind of pushy, I will, if I need to, ban people, which I don't want to ban people. And for people hanging around, it's not like, it's not a threat. If you ask about multiplayer and stuff, I'm not just gonna do the over the top, oh, you asked about multiplayer, you shouldn't have done that, you're banned forever, like, because that's obnoxious, and that is not helpful in my opinion, and that is a overcorrection. I feel like giving people a warning and I will, like, time people out if I need to. I'm not just going to ban people if you're pushing. I'll probably do the timeout, and then after that, if you came back and were still kind of pushy, while I'm super open and trying to keep this chat open, people being kind of pushy bother me. There's just a few, there's also just a few things I do not stand for. And if that stuff comes up because of who I am and how I view myself, while I'm open to people having other opinions, there are a few lines, if you cross them, I will actually stop being kind of passive, because I have a habit, because I don't like fully confronting people, being passive a lot of the time. But a few things will cross a line, and I'm going to start, if I need to, being a snarky dick, because I'm not putting up with shit, because I've gone a large portion of my life and had plenty of people just say and do things and not, like, basically be nice. And I've had a run-in over the years with tons of people that effectively, because I'm trying to be generally passive, which is funny, and the reason for that I can get very, very angry. So, I have a caring side, and I try to be accommodating and pleasing, but I've had people use that before, because I try not to get confrontational, especially because in the past, it just felt like I would constantly do stuff, and I would just piss so many people off, because I would think about one thing, or I would do one thing, or this or that. I would have, like, so many people get mad, and it just became so tiring to feel like no matter what decision I make, that I'm just always angering someone, even if a lot of times, just without naming names or giving super personal stories, because I try not to name the names of people, so I can let my own dumb personal grudges remain vague, and if the people I'm talking about remember this stuff, I have enough lingering respect to not dox you or call you out, because I am not drudging up old shit for the sake of doing so with, you know, ill intentions. But I had so many people over the years that I get both sides of relationships or just friendships or other stuff. I get someone else's feelings are valid, and I'm not trying to be selfish here, but it just, like, always basically got really tiring when dealing with people that I did care for. Sometimes in relationships, sometimes it was just people I would call friends. Having a complex web of nonsense, I would make decisions, and it would just seem like I would make decisions. I would just piss tons of people off and just upset all of these people. And then a lot of times in these weird groups, there were splits of a lot of these, whether it was relationships or the friendships and stuff. I would have these split offs of people that knew other people, and because a lot of times what ended up happening was these little groups would be like, oh, this person knows me, but this person knows this other person, and these two are technically, like, friends and stuff. So then we get the, like, friendship bias or other relationship bias of I'm not dating someone or something, but, like, oh, these two are dating or what have you. So some weird group drama becomes I do something and I do what I think is right because my own feelings matter as well. Okay, yeah, it's over. I'll say this, probably go pee and get more drink. Like, my own feelings matter, and I'm not trying to say other people's feelings don't, but like, oh, it was just so tiring to have these little groups of people I did care for, and I would do something, and I would kind of agree with some people, and sometimes in these weird little, like, fights and stuff, I would say or do something, and a lot of times it's for my own sanity and mental health, but then, oh, this person is now upset, and because this person and this person are dating or they're friends, how dare, it's like, oh, how dare you, and then everyone is just taking sides, and then I'm the fucking bad guy, and then no one accounts for my feelings, and then it's just a mess at that point. I'm gonna go get more drink and use the bathroom though. again. I went to the bathroom. I got Dr. Pepper. I said I wanted more drink. I got more drink. That is all I'm doing. That's why I have that be right back splash screen. I hate walking away, but not going to the bathroom is a stupid idea. Serious medical tip? Holding it can be an issue, so I got up. I wanted more drink anyway, but while I was up, I had to pee. And because of a random topic, to say something on stream, if I do Masuda methods, I have some foreign dittos, but the Masuda method is you breed with a Pokemon from your region and a Pokemon not from your region, and the eggs have a high chance of being shiny. So, if you're doing Masuda method and you don't have a foreign ditto, which is what everyone wants, you don't need a foreign ditto for everything. As long as, like, the female passes on her species, and a male, as long as the egg group is compatible, can produce eggs. So, you can Masuda method if you get a foreign Pokemon. Where if you had a foreign female, just get a male that's compatible from your game. Or if you have a foreign male, just use a female for the species you're trying to make. If you get a foreign ditto, cool, that works. Like, the reason people go after foreign ditto for Masuda hunts is because ditto can create eggs with anything that can breed, so you get a single foreign ditto that solves every problem. All of them. But otherwise, I mean, it's just a good tip anyway. You can work in egg groups. If you don't have a foreign ditto, but you have a male or female that's foreign and stuff, just work in egg groups. Now, the game does not really tell you what egg groups are, and you generally have to look that up. You can find that information easily, and you can breed, and it's so much better to not have to worry about ditto all the time. I don't like ditto for breeding. I get it, ditto is cool. Ditto works for breeding, and sometimes you need a ditto. And ditto is useful because ditto can fill in gaps. And a single ditto can solve all of your breeding needs if a single ditto is used. And I've used ditto sometimes out of the necessity if I basically need a ditto. Other times out of convenience, because I will never say it's not convenient, but I have taught people a truth of Pokemon breeding that is a shocking revelation to people. Pokemon, because of egg groups, can create offspring across species in a logical way, where one Pokemon in an egg group can easily help you get other Pokemon in that egg group. Because, to put that in perspective, one male in an egg group... Oh, hey, Shiny Lombre. That's fun.
Oh. Keep finding those.
Yeah.
When I do this shit.
That's fun. I'll catch it and see if it's marked. If it's marked, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. What do I want to catch you in? I'll do netball because that also matches a little bit. Oh, you're a tricky Lombre. If this thing is marked, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. I'll probably end up resetting, but I do want to see if it's marked. Oh my god, it's marked!
Was what marked?
Okay, so I'm actually probably going to end up saving this. Because I got a marked Lombre, and that is really fucking cool. It's one of the... Hold on. So I'll probably actually end up saving. It's the Destiny, because it's my birthday.
Oh, funny.
What?
Funny.
Yeah, no, this is a birthday mark. I'm saving this one. Oh, that's fucking cool. Oh, that's great. Now, I maybe could have used the Pokeball with slightly more green, but... Netball is an easy catch. No good HP. Oh, yeah, that's funny. So I'm actually going to keep this thing, because that's a cool surprise, honestly. It's actually a really cool surprise, and I like Lombre. I don't want to get too distracted with it. It's a really nice... It's a really nice shiny one. Because the blue becomes a green. So I maybe could have gone with a slightly green Pokeball. But Netball also just makes sense. You can't always do full color matching anyway. So that was a little surprise. Because it's my birthday, and I got the birthday mark, I'll keep the Lombre. I like color matching when applicable, or offsetting complementary colors, because the body is green, the netball with the blue looks really cool. Dive ball also would have looked great. Or that one friend ball, but... So. definitely save after this. I don't mind sacrificing one shiny hunt to a Lombre that I got on my birthday with the one mark. That's great. Oh, that's like great. It's not the fish I'm looking for, but pretty fucking cool. And I do like the complimentary, and it was also a water type. Even if it's not a complete match, I do like water types and net balls and dive balls. So that's convenient. Meaning my joke was spot fucking on. Because I said near the beginning of the stream, watch me get... Like, okay, technically my joke was like, watch a Quagsire roll into this bitch. But my joke applied because I got a Lombre. And it does have the birthday mark, so I'm not giving that up, because Ludicolo is pretty cool. And having a Ludicolo of some type with the birthday mark would be kinda lit, honestly. Oh, that's great. That is actually, so that is a thing worth, like, not resetting my game. Saving and sacrificing the one... Like, saving and sacrificing the herbs I use, because I would consider that a successful failed shiny hunt. The task has failed successfully. That'll be great. That would be a fun Ludicolo to make. Not now, though. Well, there is time left in the sandwich. Since I got the Lombre, and I do want to keep that in case something stupid happens. I'm saving my game. That way, if something stupid were to happen, like a random game crash, I'm not losing a Lombre with a mark. Those birthday marks are not super uncommon, which is the point. It's just kind of funny. I got a Lombre doing this. I like Lombre. I'll keep it.
I told you not to insult my son.
I like Ludicolo too.
It's just funny, I make a joke, don't slander my son, and then that happens.
It's got that birthday mark. I'm not naming that thing, and I'm not making it a Ludicolo right now. This is not a Ludicolo day. It's not a Ludicolo kind of day. So I already saved my game just so I don't lose that, because that's pretty damn cool. I would consider that pretty damn cool, not what I was looking for. I wasn't here for Lombre. Not at all, because I wanted that fish, but hey, Shiny Lombre with the correct mark. That's not something I'm just going to say, yeah, no to. So, that was neat. I want the fish, but hey. Lombre will be fun enough. I like Ludicolo, and I had some Ludicolo sets sitting in some other games that I wanted to use if Ludicolo ended up in Champions at some point. But now I could use a marked Ludicolo. Like, I was kind of hoping that might happen when doing this, because Ludicolo with that one mark is kind of cool. That is worth keeping. Choodle as well and stuff. If I get a shiny, because that's just a kind of funny mine, and if I get the birthday mark, keeping stuff with the birthday mark is worthwhile, because that's today. Also, it took now that it's been several hours of doing this, it has taken every fiber in my being to not make some stupid joke about my birth date, because it's 6/7.
The meme is dead.
The meme still comes up at random.
We're now in the phase where people are doing it ironically and not unironically.
Yeah, because kids were doing it, and then people that wanted to anger the youth started doing it, and the youth stopped, but then people started doing it ironically, but it, like, by American date, it's 6/7. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the?
What? Did you get another shiny?
No! No, and I'm happy that was on stream. Hold on. I swear that I'm happy that was on stream, and I would have to slow that down, but I'll get back to the hunt in a second. Bitcoin hit the Basculin, and then I encounter the Basculin. The game starts the encounter. The camera flips the fuck out. The game flips the fuck out, and without me doing anything, the battle automatically exits the Basculin. that I started the battle with was soundly defeated and can avert it into the drops. As for Ludicolo, like, I like Ludicolo. It's a cool Pokemon. It's just one of those funny things. I'm not here for Ludicolo. This wasn't the Ludicolo hunt. Another Lombre. Like, I wanted to use a Ludicolo at some point. I'm just here for the fish. But then I see Lombre, and it's like, oh, neat. Oh, it's Mark. Oh, neat. What the? So, I got a Lombre. And I got the one Mark, which is really cool. So, I need that with intent. Now, I need to start picking some shiny Pokemon and doing hunts on my birthday. Look for that birthday mark and start making that a tradition. Because that would be kind of fun. Pick some stuff I like. Ludicolo is cool. I'm not here for Ludicolo, as I said, but like, it's not a Pokemon that I'm against having that mark on, because that's really cool. Ludicolo is a Pokemon that I would definitely like to have a marked thing with. I wanted to mark hunt a Ludicolo at some point anyway for shits and giggles, even if I had some shiny ones in a different game. Because I wanted some extras of some Pokemon and stuff, and just some stuff I liked. Even if I had other versions, I wanted to shiny hunt some stuff I even had, just to see what marks I could get. So, Ludicolo, I guess. So, that happened. Cool. That's fun. I like that. That was a nice surprise. You see, that's my thing. If I'm doing a shiny hunt for one thing and I get a shiny of a unrelated thing, if the thing I'm getting a shiny of that's unrelated was also marked, it is definitely worth keeping. If it happens. If it's something I was interested in hunting at some point anyway, that it would just save me some time. That is, you know, one thing when you get multiple Pokemon under a type, if you're kind of stuck, like, right here. I did water. So, Lowhead and Lombre are water types. And because they're part water, they showed up and spawned and could be shiny. So a shiny just basically, you know, jumped in the lake. Oh, pond. So, that was neat. Cool. Not what I'm looking for, but I'm not gonna complain about it. I'm doing marked shiny hunt, so that was a marked shiny, so hey, task failed successfully, guys. So, that's cool. That also goes back to what I said a few hours ago. Oh hey, shiny Shoodle! I do Dust Ball. If this thing is also marked, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Oh, it's the birthday one again. Oh, wait, no. I got confused. Oh. No, it's the uncommon. It's uncommon. That's like one of like a thought. What is this? Orangey? Fuck you, Juno! No! I thought. Oh, they share a title. It's the same word, but that one's uncommon. That one's Destiny. That's pretty cool, though. What did the Evo look like? It's been so long.
It's green. Both of them are green. People will commonly name a shiny Dreadnought Bowser because of that.
Alright, I'm gonna continue. I wanted to take a look at that. Because it's been a minute. What do you look like? Hold on. It's been so long. Oh, yeah.
I said it was green.
No, green with the orange.
And I said that's why people commonly...
It is a dark green, so actually the dark green with the black Dust Ball actually matches that really nice. I'm keeping it. Cool. Guys, task failed successfully. Ain't that some shit? Oh, that's cool, man. And it's uncommon. That's 2 marked shinies and no fish. That is not 1. This is the most idiotic shiny hunt I have fucking done because I wanted fish. I do 6 hours of a different shiny hunt yesterday. Get like 3 shinies, no marks. I shiny hunt today on my birthday, hoping to get a fish, hoping for a shiny, hoping for a mark. No fish. Ludicolo. Well, I keep saying Ludicolo because that's the evolved one. I know these are Lombre. Lombre appears. And I catch Lombre. And the Lombre I catch is shiny, and it has the birthday mark. Which is super common, but the gimmick, you can only get that mark on your birthday. Then I get a Choodle. And I get the uncommon mark, which is a really cool bonus because that is a, like, the uncommon mark is that middle range. I know I'm using sandwiches, but like, I pulled one of the different marks. And that's pretty freaking sweet. That is actually really cool. Uncommon mark is great. Not only was it a marked shiny, no, it's my birthday, but like, that is a marked shiny, and it's a hard to come by mark, so I'm not going to basically go, oh no, I got a freaking Choodle that's shiny with one of the harder to come by marks. Oh, throw it in the trash. No, no, keep it. Fucking keep it. I do an entire shiny hunt yesterday. It's like 6 hours. And I only find like 2 Steenie. Not a mark to be had. Today, I'm looking for fish. No fish. Oh, it's over. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta leave. I'm gonna go heal. Task failed successfully. You see, this is this hunt, this is going on YouTube. This will actually go on YouTube, even if I don't get the fish. And the reason this will go on YouTube, even if I don't get the fish, I had a rule, and the rule I had, and I said this, and I'm happy to finally post one of these to YouTube. I had a rule. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Hold on, everything's on fire. Yeah. Okay. I had a... Yeah, internet. Fighting again. It's stable, but... If the stream happens to drop, I'm definitely putting this on YouTube, because I had a rule. If I fail the shiny hunt, I fail. would need to be a shiny hunt where my failure is offset by something cool and something neat and like unexpected, and I got not one but two marked shinies that were not what I was looking for at all. But I cannot say this is a failed shiny hunt in a full sense. That is worth sacrificing that Salty Herba Mystica to the Void for. Definitely need to do more Herba Mystica grinding because I don't have a lot of... I have 8 Salty left. And I can easily grind up. You don't get the Salty a lot. So that was freaking sweet. Cool. Task failed successfully. So this will be a stream that goes on YouTube, even if I don't get what I'm looking for. I have cool stuff. And the YouTube version will be titled like something along the lines of task failed successfully or something, or little surprises. Because, well, it's not what I'm looking for. The fact I managed to get exactly, you know, well, I want the birthday mark. If I get a male Basculin and I get one of the crazy rare marks, I will probably consider that a successful hunt in its own right. While I wanted Bitcoin Buddy, stop surfing on the wall. Well, I want the Basculin. I know it's a white stripe Basculin, but I'm making a male Basculin. Well, I want that birthday mark. If I get a shiny and I get one of the crazy rare marks, that is super uncommon, I'll probably consider that a successful hunt and stop. Because while it's not the birthday mark, which I was after as a title for a male Basculin, getting a male to roll one of the crazy rare marks would be absolutely glorious. And I would be a fool to not get a male with one of the crazy rare marks, or if I get an unmarked male and I check the size and it's small or large and I get that special mark, that would also be cool, because that's also a lot of RNG. The birthday thing is decently common on your birthday, which is the gimmick. But you can only get that on your birthday. That is a fun mark to have if you do shiny hunts on your birthday. You can get a mark that denotes So, seriously? There we go. So that's pretty sweet. So, this is a neat shiny hunt. Ain't that some shit, though? Anyway. I wish some people had been in here to pop off with me, because that was great. Oh yeah, baby. Kinda cool, I'm just saying. Now at this point is when the pink Quagsire is going to roll into this way. Oh, fine. I know Wooper and Quagsire, if they're shiny, are pink. So that'll be easy to spot if I see it. That'll actually be really easy. Like, really, really easy. Ludicolo and stuff. The Lotad and the Lombre and Ludicolo. I know Ludicolo aren't spawning in here, but they all have a color distinction that's pretty simple. Quagsire and Wooper are similar in the, if it's shiny, it's pink. And it's like a very noticeable pink, so if I see a pink Quagsire or Wooper in this little pond, I will know it's a shiny, and I will catch it. That's an actual really good, simple to spot shiny. The Choodle I caught was easy to spot too, because it was green. Saw that green Choodle, I was like, that doesn't look right. Would have been fun to pop off with some people, but hey, I'm having my fun. I'm getting what I need. I don't care if nobody was here archiving the stream, because this will go on YouTube. Archiving the stream is proof of the nonsense that I got, because it's not what I'm here for, but it is also some neat stuff. Because when you do shiny hunts like this, sometimes you do see a shiny for something you're not looking for. And there's no... like... yeah. There's no reason, if it's something you kind of like anyway, not to see what happened, and I'm glad I did. So... this was a pretty cool thing. I like it. Bowser, I can't find my way around this castle. I also feel like the universe is trying to apologize for the 6-hour stream I did yesterday. Sorry, fam. Have some Chinese. RNG is bullshit. Curzon wasn't streaming, but he was also hunting for fish. Because I actually like the male Basculin shiny. It's a cool purple color. Oh, there it is! Shiny Quag. Oh, shiny Wooper. I found it! Shiny Wooper, guys! We're on a gloriously silly tear now. I've literally found every water type in this godforsaken lake. Are you marked? Nope. Not marked. I did find one, but... now, because I do the size thing, if I don't find what I'm looking for, I'm gonna check that Wooper. See if I get a size on that. Because I'm resetting. If the size is not correct and I don't get what I'm looking for, I'll keep the Wooper if it's a size shiny. If it had a mark, I would have definitely kept the Wooper, but without a mark, I'm not keeping the unmarked shinies, because I don't want to keep saving if I get shiny mons that are unmarked. Unless they're big enough or small enough for that special title. Which they could be. Because I will reset for shinies that are not marked or sized to get the special, like, size title, but it is funny. I did find a freaking Wooper. So I basically technically seen a shiny of everything in this lake but the fish. Exire is fun as well as a Pokemon. And the shiny, I've always liked that pink color. It's a really nice pink. But Basculin, the white stripe, the male, becomes a purple color, and I like the purple. I've always liked that purple, and male over female, because the female is a special attacker and the male is physical, and there is actually a stat difference. The female is better with special attack, which can be useful. Damn it. I just wish this thing wasn't gender specific. That adds complications. When you need a specific gender for a Pokemon. Because stats or something are different. This is a rare case of, for people not in the know, I don't care about the Pokemon genders unless a gender is actually affecting something. And the gender of Basculin, a Basculin, male are more physical focused, female are more special focused. So I need a male because the physical set is generally like preferred because Last Respects is dumb. Now, special attacking is fine and has use. You can have a good special attacking set, and damn it. And I think the special attacking set is fine, but I wanted to do physical because physical, I generally think, is the better of the two. Because Last Respects is a stupid move. And they gave that thing Wave Crash. And that thing's attack stat is higher than average. And the thing about Pokemon and stats, most of the damage actually comes from the move being clicked. So, a high damage dealing stat with a lower powered move actually evens out. Unless the damage dealing stat is just so ludicrous and you're hitting such a weird multiplier that a average move is able to like eviscerate something. So, Like, a good antithesis of this, the Ultra Beasts, Cortana has a crazy high physical attack, like an absurd physical attack that borders on the ridiculous and the silly, but Cortana was always seen as kind of mid, because that physical attack was seen as kind of bad, because Cortana didn't have crazy strong spammable moves. And you wouldn't think a Pokemon with a high attack stat would be seen as that bad. And it's like, oh, if you actually run some calcs because it's a lower powered move, it's like, despite this attack stat seeming absurd, Leaf Blade just does not KO as much as you think it would. So Pokemon generally need higher damage. So when you take a slightly lower attack stat and give that Pokemon a move like Wave Crash, all of a sudden you deal silly amounts of damage. And Basculin can also get adaptability, which doubles your stab. So Last Respects and Wave Crash become way too damn strong. And Basculin is one of the most sort of idiotic Pokemon. And you start to deeply dislike that thing. Because even at -1 in a lot of cases, it can still pick up KOs. Especially with adaptability, because that doubles your stab. Stab adds 50% to the damage. Adaptability, because it's doubling it. Wave Crash is 120. That means adaptability Wave Crash is 240 power. And that is really dumb. Now, I like Basculin without adaptability, where I think Swift Swim is super, super good. Because with rain, Basculin's speed is really good. Now, I'm not saying adaptability is bad, and I get why in like champions and stuff. Adaptability saw as much use as it did. I just think a lot of people do underappreciate the Swift Swim. And the reason I say that is because you can have adaptability, and you can be annoying, and adaptability on a Scarf set was common because the damage was absurd, but Swift Swim in the rain is consistently fast, at the cost of a little bit of damage. And the thing is, for a lot of people do adaptability, 4 damage. Swift Swim can often catch adaptability stats and still at least do a decent chunk of damage. And I think as Pokemon get added, we'll probably start seeing Swift Swim a lot more. Since weather setting is super important. Good weather control becomes very nice, basically. Look. Probably gonna get a bathroom in a minute. Alright. Put on the Be Right Back screen again. Here's the bathroom. Ow, 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 ow. back again. Again. Round out the rest of this. Check the size on that Wooper. Reset the game if it's unmarked. But if I get a Basculin that's unmarked, or if I get a marked Basculin, I'll keep the Wooper because the Basculin. I know it's Basculin, but I'm gonna make a Basculin. Oh. Sandwich is up. Go here, check the size, reset if it's... Not unique, because I'm not keeping unmarked shinies. Yeah, not enough. Okay. In and out we go. Only keeping marked shiny, so fine. Up, up. Okay. Come on, fish. just need to kind of go around. Just let them go around. Fish. Ran out of drink. I needed to blow my nose. Oh my god. Curse my sinuses. Hold on. Be right back. Sinuses. Jesus. Okay. Coming back. Mostly in order. Sinuses. I have sinus problems. So sometimes I can't breathe. And it was getting to me. And I wanted another drink. Many hours it is, and I haven't seen a single fish. How do I get 2 more shinies in 4 hours and not a single fish to my name? The Lombre are super common because they can spawn on the grass. So getting a Lombre shiny makes sense because there's a lot of those guys spawning because they spawn on the edges. If I get one on the edge and it's shiny, it can fall and sit in the little lake area here. Choodle are not like crazy common. So I got a shining Choodle swimming around in here. And in my mind, the Choodle are about the spawn rate of the Basculin. God damn. And yet I rolled one of those first when I'm focusing, looking for fish. So that's a silly mouse. Taking a drink. Okay. So in a lot of ways, this is getting kind of silly now. I get the Lombre and the Ludicolo because they spawn on land. The Choodle and the Dreadnought just spawn in the water, and I'm averaging about as many of those as I am the freaking fish. I haven't even seen a shiny fish at all, marked or not. Now, moment here. Have a fan I might run on low. So I can do this a little bit longer. If I cut this fan on. Angle this thing. It's on low, and I can generally talk over it. If it was on high, you would hear it a little bit more. And I'm sorry if that's mildly annoying. It was just kind of hot in here a little bit. So by running the fan, I'm not super dying. I've edited that fan out of YouTube recordings. That thing is not that loud, even on low. It's pretty good. And if I want some extra air, I will take a small break, fire up the fan on high, sit here for a minute. Wait. Damn it. You're refusing to attack this thing. Oh, it is shiny. Shiny Mel. Hold on, mate. Shiny Mel. Now, I want to establish an extra rule. I wanted to try to catch this thing in my Dream Ball. So if I put this thing in a Dream Ball and it's not what I need, I'm going to immediately reset because I only have the one Dream Ball. But this is a shiny Mel. And the Dream Ball has a high catch rate if something is asleep. So we'll see if I can get it in a Dream Ball, because high catch rate when something is asleep and this thing is damaging itself. It's funny, I cut the fan on and then I find this thing. And it was a crit cat. Cool. Now, if this isn't what I need, I'm resetting immediately to get my Dream Ball back. But... oh! It's got the one title, I think. I think this is him. I think he is him, guys! Because that title either means the birthday mark, or... fine. It's funny, I cut the fan on. Let me cut that off. Sorry. If that was mildly annoying, no, I was kind of sweating. It is kind of funny, I cut the fan on. That title... he is him! Yes! Hunt fucking over. Sorry about the fan. Oh. Oh, baby. Hunt fucking over. Hell to the yes. I did it. So I can wrap up and oh baby. That's it. The hunt's over. So, again, sorry about the fan. Understand, I've had no air in here for the last 4 hours. Purple Rain, the chosen one. Oh, yes, he is. Okay. This is exactly what I wanted. Sweet. Again, it is funny. I'm like, okay, I'm dying because I started choking a little bit. Sorry if the fan ruined the mood. I got way too hot, and that probably doesn't sound that bad. And because that's what I needed, I'm probably about to save. Purple Rain, the chosen one. That's my one Dream Ball. Now, while I'm sitting here, the thing about that Pokemon and the evolutionary method, I wanted the Dream Ball because I wanted to match the dark purple with that unique pink The evolutionary method is you have to take 294 hit points of damage in recoil. So, if I want to evolve this son of a bitch, I would basically need to get a mint, do some EV training, and just have this man go on a little tear with Wavegrass and like Double Edge and stuff. Sandwich was almost out anyway. So, before ending off, because I got what I needed, gonna save again. I might stop. Because if you stop in the middle of the sandwich, it should get rid of it, but I got him. And then I could spend, before ending off, like, a couple of quick minutes EV training, and then just get him to evolve, and we'll stop. Then when I get up, I'll do my other shiny hunt, because this was more than successful. Yeah, it does. Okay. Cool. Works for me. Because I wanted to do Purple Rain, the Chosen One, because it's purple, and it's a Swift Swim Pokemon, and that's a Prince song. Oh, I'm happy. Oh. Oh, baby. So, yeah, we can EV. Bonus EV time, I guess. Seems to be lacking a Jolly Man. Adamant is good for damage. Jolly lets you speed creep a couple of things, but Adamant is good for damage. And I can always edit this thing in. Champions, I might do Adamant. Maximize my damage if I'm going to do Swift Swim. And then we'll just EV train. Right quick. I'll just stall for a minute. EV train. So I can do the evolution without needing to reset my EVs. It'll probably only take like 15-ish minutes, and then it's just a matter of doing the recoil until the evolution. I got my boy. And I got to show this anyway. Happy birthday. I did it. Sweet. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so that means after my birthday, that means I can now... yeah, fine. This means specifically, other than the Serena I was trying to get, I can now get the rest of the stuff I wanted for a rain-related team that I thought would be kind of fun, since I now have this monstrosity. But let's Eevee train. If anyone pops in, I'll explain what I'm doing. I want to evolve this thing, but I don't want to evolve this thing and accidentally get incorrect EVs. So we're gonna come here for speed. Kill a wild troll or worth speed. Hell, this is a good time to, you know, take a break. Relax, because I ran the air for 5 seconds. It is fucking funny. I run the fan, I get what I want. Again, I'm sorry about the fan. If you watched this as a VOD or watching this on YouTube, this is definitely going on YouTube now. Sorry about the fan. Please understand, it is fucking hot in here and I needed like 5 minutes of air. But of course I get like 5 minutes of air and I get my boy. So I'm fucking dying. This was a absolute like nonsense stream. I got some cool shit. Birthday stream complete. Bonus Eevee training. So I can sit here for a minute because I want to evolve this thing. Oh, hell to the yeah. Oh, baby. Oh, I'm happy. Oh. Curzon's been trying to get this fish for a week, so I just basically destroyed this in 4.5 hours. Of course it took cutting the fan on, because I don't like background noise ruining recordings and streams. But I explained before it happened, I'm cutting that fan on. Oh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Ah, good birthday stream. That means I can basically go to bed, get up, I can stay up a minute, do a couple of things, go to bed, get up, and do an extra birthday stream for Steenie, which I did I started a Steenie hunt the other day. Even if it's not my birthday, I don't care about the Destiny mark on a Steenie, but if I get up, I could do that hunt. Probably get lucky, get a Steenie with that mark as well, which is cool. But for now, I'm just on a tear because I'm just gonna do the Eevee training because I don't want to screw up everything. sure Gyarados are worth attack. Have to double check that, because if Gyarados are worth attack, I could hang out here with the Gyarados and get attack as well. Freaking sweet. Again, I am sorry about the small fan noise. I cut it back off because I got enough air where I can sit here, finish this, evolve my boy, and call it a day. Meaning I can get Serena, and that means if I do some extra shiny hunts, I could also basically like, well, one, if I get a successful shiny hunt with the Steenie, this means I can take a tiny break, and me and Curtin can do 9 shiny hunting stuff. I want to go back to Mario Galaxy. Meaning Monday, I might go back to Galaxy. To get Galaxy 1 back in order. And then if I do that, if we get Galaxy 1 in order, and we stream, and that goes well, Galaxy 1 can become something that I return to, and then could follow that up, go back to Sunshine, and then start rounding out some of the stuff I wanted for a rain team, now that I have this monstrosity. I wish people were here to get hyped with me, though. So, that worked. So I can do Fun Rain Team now. I would need to do some additional hunts, though, if I'm going to do a Rain Team. Because I think weather is really fun. There's a few Pokemon I wish existed, but I could have my Rain Team still mostly be in order. Because weather is fine. That one team I made is pretty consistent in its own right, though. of this is for champions. EV training doesn't take that long when you're using power items. I guess since I'm sitting here doing this and I haven't ended stream yet, I should maybe explain the power items. The item gives you 8 EVs. In the stat, the item says it increases, but you also gain whatever EVs you would get from your target. So, Kilowattra here is worth 2 speed EVs, and the power item is 8. So Kilowattra is giving me 10 speed EVs, and because this is a set intended for Swift Swim, especially if I mess with Adamant over Jolly to do slightly more damage. If I need Jolly, I can change it. I was thinking about that, but like, because it is 10, it's not that hard to get 252 as a cap. If you use the power items and you mix and match, you will get the mixed EVs. So, if you don't mix and match and you only play the game logically, it is not that difficult to use the power items and spend like 20 minutes to EV train something. Vitamins are also worth 10 EVs. So if I use up 10 PP, that's 100. 20 PP is 200. But it's 252. So I need like... Even with a resist, because of the sheer level gap, this should just murder. Fiona is EV trained as well. So, basically, if I go here, yeah, and when it sparkles, it's max, so that's maximum speed. Pretty sure Gyarados gives attack. I haven't done attack in a while. I'm gonna double check that. Hold on. Let me check physical attack so I can get something easy. Gyarados is 2 points in attack. Okay, cool. Gyarados are 2 points, so that's simple. Pretty sure Veluza are also 2 points. Yeah, Veluza are 2 points. Okay, so Gyarados and Veluza are both... Oh, damn it. Put it at the bottom. Do the attack. It's not going to take that long. Then I will get HP. I'll do the recoil. And then I will do my long rambly outro. And we'll be done. So what happened to my other power on? Hello. If I put something in a box, it should... do the Eevee training in a second. The power items would make things. Yeah, assault this. Yeah, you wouldn't have had... Yeah. It's just kind of bizarre that my... You would have had... Oh wait, duh. Oh yeah, I'm dumb. Okay. I just remember, yeah, because I was doing the Ursaluna. I'm stupid. I am so sorry. I'm hunting Ursaluna. Yeah, I'm dumb. I am so sorry about the time wasting. Guys, I am truly sorry. Okay, it's fine. Go back to the one island. Because Gyarados and stuff are over here. And Veluza. Get my EVs. And attack. Get some HP EVs. Then I'm gonna do HP, and then we'll do the recoil. We'll evolve, and that'll be that. Go to the lake, because Veluza and stuff are a little bit more common at the lake. There is a Gyarados over here. The water, there's a decent amount of Gyarados and Veluza out here, so. Not gonna take that long. Then I can end off. This was pretty freaking cool, though. Oh, I do think the leg is slightly better with the Gyarados spawns. And Veluza, so we'll just go here. It's fine. Yep, yeah, it's infinitely better. Okay, that works. That's cool, that works. Oh, yeah, no. Way better, Jesus. So I can just get Gyarados and Veluza, they're both attack. Checking if on my phone. Checking the thing. 1 second. Was a stream related thing. See something, but simple. Just murder the Gyarados and the Veluza and we'll be good to go. Then I'm gonna go get HP. Then I'll just spend the like 5 minutes doing the recoil. Then we'll do the leveling. Then he evolves. Then I'm ending the stream. Birthday hunt successful. So that's amazing. And then when I get up, try to do the Serena hunt I was doing. Because I wanted Serena for that other team, but Serena can slot into a bunch of teams. And even if I don't immediately use stuff in Champions, I can do the hunts I need. Make my rain team. Especially if they actually do add a couple of things. Because I got the fan back off. It was kind of hot in here. Person left the room, I'm pretty sure, because it's kind of hot in here, and I think he's just waiting for me to finish. And realistically, because it's a weird time when I'm finally done, he's probably going to come in here and go to bed. He's probably just stalling, waiting for me to completely stop. Because I know, and I get him complaining about the heat, because I also hate when it gets kind of hot in here, but I do think the other stream that wasn't successful the other day was person being just kind of rude. Oh, like, I'm hot, I want to go to bed, please stop streaming. But I'm not gonna take that much longer. It's just gonna take probably, depending on spawns, like maybe 10-ish minutes. Because attack will be done super quickly. And when attack is done super quickly, the recoil and stuff will be pretty simple. And then I can wrap up, get up, do other shiny hunts, try to get back to the stuff we were streaming that had nothing to do with shiny Pokemon. So I do want to wrap up, like I really do. But I wanted to evolve this thing, and I didn't want to evolve without EVs. But I didn't want to have to awkwardly erase any EVs I happen to gain. 'Cause that would just be a pain. So, that would be deeply, deeply annoying. Only other delay, I might get up to go pee, come back and finish the EV training if the stream drops in the middle. That's kind of awkward. Because I'm really close. Small bathroom break and I could definitely get this done. So yeah, I might actually do that. Stall for just a minute. Bathroom break, come back, finish the EV training, do the evolution, and okay. Coming back. So finish this and stop. Oh, sweet Jesus. Yeah, I know I got the right back on. I'm hitting the button. I got back in the game. It stayed up for a second. I can see it. I'm finishing. This was one hell of a birthday bash. Ho ho, baby. Oh, oh, I'm so happy. Oh, oh, this is good. problem. I need a Veluza or Gyarados. Ooh, yeah. These two. Then I swap. Fiona can be used and KO like one Veluza, and that should do it. And then HP. I can get WoW doing recoil. If I use the one power item, I would finish HP. In one shot, basically. Fiona KO's one Veluza, I'm done. Except for HP, but then I just go do stuff. That'll be simple. This is simple. HP will be simple, then it's just the recoil. And I just sit there for a minute. Okay. Tag, yep. Sweet. Oh yeah, baby. Now, for HP, because I do HP a lot, you want to come here, because Jigglypuff are worth 2 HP points. So if I come here, I just walk off. Jigglypuff, I just need to hit one of them with the Basculin with a power item, and I could remove the power item. And we'll just do some recoil. And then I can end off. It's the only way. Carson's back. It's the only way. We all know this. I'm continuing to stream because I wanted to evolve Purple Rain, but I was like, I'm not evolving that thing if I don't EV it first. So I spent 20 minutes beating up Pokemon for attack and speed, and I decided I'll use Adamant, and then I'm gonna use like HP. Okay. So, one Jigglypuff will max out my EVs. Then, it is just a matter of do enough damage and curse him laugh, because I think he assumed I was done. So Jigglypuff. I can do the recoil. Okay. See? Okay, that's done. That's good. Remove that. Gonna do Choice Band so I can lock into a move and just eviscerate stuff. We're going to quickly do the amount of recoil I need. And then, after that, it is just a matter of evolution. If I check the number again, that's why I had this open, so I could double check that shit. It is 294 hit points of damage in recoil. 294. And my HP is 205. Those are rock types. And if I get on, if I go beat up a bunch of rock types with a choice band with a wave crash, this will probably be really simple because it's super effective. Oh yeah, I can beat up ground types too. Hold on. Yeah, I can beat up these guys, go heal, beat up these guys, go heal, beat up these guys. It's 294, and you don't have to do it in one shot. It's just collective. So if I wave crash down to low health, go heal, come back, do it again, get to about half, I could probably get this with a level up. Choice band is just to add damage because recoil is damage based. It's like that shit. $62. Go heal, come back. Save, go back, smash my face into those guys again, and then as soon as I get that evolution, I am ending off. And if I need to take it safe and slow, I'll just knock out like half my health. Go heal, come back. Because I had 205 and I dropped to 62, I need to take nearly 300. Ooh, critical, nice! Yeah, buddy. smash your face into everything. I can iron out the rest of my moveset on my own time. I'm not gonna sit here and 100% iron out this entire moveset. I just want the evolution on a stream. So I can end off. And one of the best ways to get this evolution is to do what I'm doing. Just do like 5 and just keep going. Like, do it in chunks, just go heal. One more half round of nonsense and we'll probably be done. Person's back, and I'm ending as soon as I get this thing, but the evolution method is literally do nearly 300 hit points of damage of recoil to yourself. So I just needed some targets to just smash my face into. That's all there is to this. This is like the most safe middle ground. If I do 5, that'll probably be enough. 5 more hits. Because it's collective recoil, because otherwise you'd have to like EV train this thing in HP to have enough HP to do that, and that's dumb. This is simple. If I do the 5 again, that will probably be enough. And I can use some candy. And that should get me what I need. And if not, it's only going to take like 1 or 2 more additional hits. I'm just going to try to get down to like half my health bar. Almost half. And then I can end. Because I've knocked through. I might be a little bit off. We'll see. Yep, that was enough. Fish. 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 Did it, Gartham? I got the mark I wanted. Okay. I'm gonna go back to the center map. I'm going to heal. I'm not adjusting the moveset right now. I'm not doing that. This is not a thing. I need to end. I got a Basculin. I have the mark I wanted. I have the Pokeball I wanted. Have the nickname I wanted. I don't know if I have the ability I wanted. Oh yeah, it is Swiss Swim. Cool. Okay. Works for me. Anyway. Adjust the moveset later. I'll leave him adamant So I can give up some speed for some damage. And in Champions, that would be decently okay. He'll still be pretty fast. If I need Jolly, I can adjust Adamants just to get some power, because I'm probably going to run Swift Swim over Adaptability. I'm going to save 3 times like a lunatic. Okay. I'm done, so I'm going to do my outro stuff. I know people aren't talking, but this is definitely going on YouTube. With that said, I'm about to shill like crazy and combine YouTube and Twitch shilling. So, I'm now the beggar and the vagabond, where I'm basically standing on the street corner and I have a cup of change, an empty hat that I flipped over, and I've opened an empty guitar case. For YouTube, like, comment, and subscribe. Can you spare a like, comment, and subscribe? That really does help the channel if you enjoyed the video or any of our videos. YouTube likes, subscriptions, and engagement. For Twitch, follow. Can you spare a follow? That also helps. But the Shield Train Express has rolled into the station, so all aboard and choo-choo, motherfuckers. With that said, for Twitch, there's less widgets on YouTube. I have a pinned comment, and normally in the video description are links. Some older videos, some links are a bit fucky because there's a accidental error, but if you ever get a link with a weird error, look at the URL and just remove the garbage and the link should become valid. If you need a valid link to something, ask me, but you can follow me on social media. You can talk to me on social media. That helps our communities grow. There's a link to the Patreon. I have a widget for that on Twitch. On YouTube, it's mixed in with the social media links. On YouTube, the Twitch link is in the description. I'm not linking my Twitch on my Twitch. So, I will never do Patreon exclusives. I will never nickel and dime people. I was looking at a UPS battery backup and multiple hard drives, and some money would be helpful, but please do not feel obligated. And with that said, the Shield Train Express has reached its destination, so now departing. Goodbye, motherfuckers, but before you go, I'm doing the final outro for YouTube. I hope you all enjoyed the video. And for Twitch, whether you were here when I was live or ended up watching the VOD, I hope you all enjoyed the stream. But either way, I hope I will see you all next time. So, as always, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, everybody. I hope you come back someday. See you later.